and guidance to make the decisions in the best interest of all 26,000 plus students in this district. And we ask for continued prayers and blessings for the health of everybody, all our students, staff, teachers, and administrators as we head back to the school for the start of this year in an aftermath of the storm and flooding. In your name we pray, amen.
All right, good evening and welcome to the August 12th, 6 p.m. regular board meeting. At this time, I will call our meeting to order and I will ask for an approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Guthrie. Do I have a second? Okay, second from Ms. Powell. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, and the motion carries 7 in favor. Thank you. Okay, and now we will move into our favorite part of the meeting, our district highlights. Yep.
Good evening, Board Chair Wimberly, Superintendent Dr. Robbins, and board members. At this time, I'll turn the podium over to Dr. Michelle Leviner for this highlight and return to close it out.
Good evening, Dr. Robbins and Dorchester II school board members. As the principal of Somerville High School, I am honored tonight to help recognize P.J. Morlando for being named South Carolina's Gatorade Player of the Year in baseball, which honors the nation's most outstanding high school student athletes, as well as being selected as the Major League Baseball's overall 16th draft pick for the Miami Marlins. Now, just those accomplishments alone are impressive, but they are not his only achievements. In July of 2023, PJ participated in and won the high school home run derby at the USA Baseball High School All-American game on the Major League Baseball All-Star Weekend in Seattle, Washington. That's a lot. Not long after that, he was off to Taiwan to represent Team USA with 19 other nationally selected players for the U18 World Baseball Cup. PJ was also named a Scholar Athlete from the South Carolina High School League, which recognizes outstanding senior athletes that maintain high academic standards. Needless to say, he is an impressive young man who I am proud to have as part of the Green Wave family. PJ could not be here tonight as he's currently in Florida with the Hammerheads, a Class A affiliate of the Marlins, but his parents, Perry and Christine Morlando, as well as his sister, Linnea Morlando, are here tonight to accept his recognition in his honor. He also sent us a couple short videos since he couldn't be here. There's another video, but that's not the one I wanted. Was there another one?
Select PJ.
You be the man, cause a brand that the fans trust. So even if they ban us, they'll never slow my plans up. The show goes on all night till the morning we dream so long. Anybody ever wonder when they would see the sun? Just remember when you come up. The show goes on, alright, already. The show
Jim Orlando here. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Robbins, and the school board for recognizing me tonight. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm here in Miami playing for the Marlins low A baseball team. I'm praying for all you guys. I know the storm hit you pretty hard. Thank goodness it missed us. I'm so thankful for this award. I'm thankful for my family being able to go and receive this award from me tonight. Thank you so much. Go Fish.
Makes you just puff your chest up a little higher when you're on Team DD2, doesn't it? Congratulations again. Okay, it is my honor to also highlight some more examples of DD2 excellence. Dr. Priscilla Johnson, please join us up front. Yes. Dorchester School District 2 is proud to announce that Joseph R. Pye Elementary School has received a $1,000 STEM scholarship from the National Lieutenant Governors Association as one of 12 schools nationally to win a scholarship. Joseph Pye will put the funds towards grade-level STEAM interdisciplinary units during the 24-25 school year. This scholarship will help students focus on solutions to world problems with hands-on learning and technology while fostering creativity and curiosity. DD2's focus on STEAM, education, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics reflects a commitment to preparing students for success in fields that are driving innovation and economic growth. STEAM education emphasizes critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration skills that are essential in the modern workforce. We are preparing today's learners to be tomorrow's leaders. Congratulations, Joseph R. Pye Elementary. Sydney Evans, is it Sydney Kirk? Sydney Thurkel is the STEAM coach who wrote the grant. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate y'all being here. Great district highlights as usual. Okay, now we will move on to the next thing on our agenda, which are public comments on agenda items, and we have none this evening. And so that will bring us to our board chairs report. And this evening we do have some board members to recognize, some Boardmanship Institute recognition. And I will hand it over to Ms. Hughes for that. Thank you. Our SCSBA representative.
Thank you, Chairman Wimberly, and thank you, Board and Dr. Robbins. This is always an exciting time because I get to come and stand in front of you and give some awards. It's always fun to get awards. But first of all, before I do that, I want to make sure that everybody understands who you have sitting in front of you. There are very dedicated people that go to these conferences and they learn. They spend hours and hours and hours in these conferences, sitting in these meetings, trying to learn and bring back information to benefit our school district, which is going to benefit you as teachers and as administrators, as well as the bottom line, benefit our students. So everything they do day in and day out is for the betterment of Dorchester District 2 and our students, which ultimately we all know is what makes our community what we are today. So thank you very much for all the hours that you put in from South Carolina School Board Association. We appreciate all the hours and all the time, and taking away from your families and that, it's a lot, but thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to present to Ms. Kelly Bates. She has reached a level 2 in the Boardsmanship Institute. Okay, and next I have Mr. Evan Guthrie. He has reached a level 2 as well. And Miss Cynthia Powell, last but not least, she's reached a level 2 as well. By the way, before I forget, they will be receiving a pin as well. It goes with the level 2. Just because of the storms, I guess things were a little bit delayed, and they haven't made it here yet. So we will give them their pins after.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes, and congratulations, Ms. Bates, Mr. Guthrie, and Ms. Powell. And we appreciate your commitment to continuing your education. Okay, next up on our agenda are our board committee reports, and we will start with our policy committee. Ms. Bates.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, we don't have any new policies or policies for any readings today, but we do have 2 meetings coming up. One will be August 26th at 5 p.m. before a regular scheduled board meeting, and then the following one will be September 23rd at 5 p.m. before our regularly scheduled board meeting. These will be the last policy committee meetings until after the election. That way we have time to work through those policies. And that's really all I have, unless you have anything to add, Ms. Powell. All right, back to you.
Thank you. All right, next we have our finance committee. Do you have anything for us this evening, Mr. Guthrie?
Committee doesn't have anything, but I guess the budget got passed. Is there any news? I guess you can give us a quick update on Ms. Benet. Okay, perfect.
We're all good. Okay, all good news. All right, no news is good news? Okay, very good. All right, facilities committee, Mr. Farnsworth.
Nothing to report tonight, just we do have referendum updates, which I know Dr. Robbins is going to update the board on shortly.
Okay, sounds good, great. All right, thank you all very much. And that does lead us into our superintendent's report. Dr. Robbins.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Before I get into the bond resolution, I just wanted to share publicly where we are with now what's being called Cyclone Debbie. First and foremost, just a huge shout out to our community partners. I had a couple opportunities to visit the new Emergency Operations Center. It's state-of-the-art. Dorchester County should be very proud. We had a lot of outside entities that came down to assist us as we were a disaster county location. So, but where we stand right now, we've gotten some pretty good reports back, in terms of the water has finally crested in the Edisto and the Ashley River, which means that our flooded areas can now run off into the rivers and then out into the harbor. There are still some road issues, and at this point, we feel like we're still safe to look at Wednesday as our first day of school. We do know that travel is always a little slow and congested the first day anyway, and so 61, 165, and 17A will be a little slower than normal just because of some of the lane closures. But again, we think we're in a good position to be able to open school. The one thing I did want to share also is, and I believe our elementary principals were going to shoot this out as well. First of all, kudos to our elementary schools. They pulled off Meet the Teacher in some of these scenarios with great attendance. I believe Beach Hill and Knightsville's Meet the Teacher is tonight. And so we have been able to provide that opportunity for our families. For those families that couldn't attend, our principals are diligently making alternate arrangements so they can still have that opportunity as well. But Wednesday is technically our early release, or what we call PLC Wednesday, where students get out at the elementary school 30 minutes early. We're going to maintain that schedule, but with this caveat. Typically the first 3 days of school, we start to release students about 30 minutes early anyway in the elementaries to help them understand the procedures to get to the car rider line, to get to the bus and the appropriate bus. So we'll maintain that 1:45 schedule, understanding it takes us that 30 extra minutes anyway, those first few days. We do that so that we can get the buses out and moving and get them through their routes so they can get to the middle schools and the high school on time. I believe my first year here, we had some challenges with transportation. We had high school kids that were sitting on campus waiting on buses at 5 o'clock in the evening. And so by going ahead and maintaining that schedule, we will be able to run those routes. It also gives us an opportunity, since we won't really be conducting a PLC that day, for the extra hands on deck to assist students getting to the proper location. So, those first couple days, if you've never been in an elementary school, it's what I call controlled chaos, but it starts to work its way out, and our principals have good plans in place. So, hopefully that will ease people's minds that we think that that's going to be a good solution. So happy to answer any questions. Yes.
I also just wanted to give a little shout out, because I know I see Miss Leviner in the audience, and Somerville High School I know hosted a walk the schedule on Sunday as well for all their students, and I thought that was awesome. I know a lot of families felt good. It put their hearts at ease, and I heard a lot of positivity about it. So shout out to you, Miss Leviner.
So happy to answer any questions or.
Yeah, no question, but just some commentary, and I do want to as well extend gratitude and thanks not only to Dr. Robbins but county leadership. That emergency operations platform, they have a lot, and I think at the end of the day, there's no good answer. It doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what the county does. There's always going to be somebody that finds wrong in what we do. So I just want to say that I appreciate the level of care, because again, folks don't understand. They forget that, hey, this part of town looks great, but then our upper end of the county is underwater. And so for a school district of our size, that really puts some constraints on what we can and can't do. So I just want to say thank you for that, and as well to our district staff, because folks don't realize, every little change, it may seem like a minor change. Oh, we're going to meet the teacher night, or we're going to we're going to cancel athletic events, or whatever it looks like, even though it's seemingly minor, when that snowballs at the district level, and I know the amount of Zoom calls, the meetings, the actual stuff that has to happen to make these changes happen is a gigantic undertaking. So to our staff and to the entire district, I just want to say thank you for being able to shift and go with the flow, if you will. So.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, so my first item on the agenda is our annual bond resolution, our SCAGO GEO bonds that we bring to the board for approval, and I'm going to ask Tina. She's going to walk you through. You have the resolution, and she'll share with you how we build that in to our capital projects and technology plan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Robbins. This evening, we are bringing you, as Dr. Robbins said, the SCAO-GEO bond resolution. This is for not exceeding $37.5 million, and this will cover the first year of our capital projects that we had listed on the spreadsheet that the board has already seen. On the spreadsheet, if you can recall, we had a column for the capital projects fund monies, which that's what this is. We also had a column for the TIF projects and then also for the referendum projects. I was going to tell you about that in just a second as well. So for our capital projects, we use the preliminary Gantt chart that we received from the architect. Rhonda worked on this schedule for us. She spoke with Mr. Souls, and we have come up with the projects that would be funded for this first year until next year when we receive another pot of money for our 8%. So this not to exceed $37.5 million is to cover our equipment acquisition payments for this year, as well as our installment purchase revenue bonds, and then the 8% capital projects fund money for the $20 million. That also includes $6 million of technology that we receive every year, and $1.5 million for some technology renewals and E-rate projects. And then we'll have a small little bit left over for in case there are any emergencies. We've really projected out for the next 3 years what we'll do with this 8% money, but something always comes up, so we have that little buffer in there as well. So for this resolution, I'll just read the very first part of it. So a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not exceeding $37.5 million in general obligation bonds in one or more series in 1 or more years, with appropriate series designation, including a tax-exempt series and a taxable series, if appropriate, of School District Number 2 of Dorchester County, South Carolina, authorizing the South Carolina Association of Government Organizations to facilitate the sale of the bonds under its general obligation debt program. So if you would be so kind as to pass a resolution for that so we can get these monies. The sale is to take place in September, and we would receive the monies in early August.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Meunier. Board members, you did receive that resolution in your packet ahead of time. And so after that explanation from Ms. Meunier, I would ask for a motion to approve the resolution as presented. Okay, motion made by Ms. Crosby. Do I have a second? All right, seconded by Ms. Hughes. At this time, do we have any discussions or questions for Dr. Robbins or Ms. Meunier? Okay, hearing none, I will call for the vote. Okay, and the motion carries 7 in favor.
Yay, great, thank you. The other item that I had, Dr. Robbins and I were talking earlier, we've done some planning with our financial advisor about our first issuance of a bond anticipation note so we could work on that third column in the spreadsheet, the referendum projects. So again, taking the Gantt chart and working on a summarized schedule. Thank you, Ms. Grice. We came up with the projects that would be in the next year, just for this 1 year of a bond anticipation note, and projected funding that's needed over the next 12 months will be $56 million. So we don't need a resolution for that. Y'all have already approved that when we passed the referendum. Yay! So just wanted to bring that to y'all about the sale. Again, would be in September, and we would get the funds in October. Well, we won't get all of the funds. That we will sell the bond. We will sell the state and local government treasuries, and a bond, and a bank will be the holder of those, and we will make drawdowns probably every month, but we'll make that sale.
That kind of leads right into the referendum update. So there are really 3 main items. I know that it probably seems like not a lot's going on. I always try to paint pictures, and so I equate it to like a duck where you don't see its feet, but the feet are moving real fast underwater, and so it's all about getting things in place. We've worked really closely to put the Gantt charts together for all these projects that were a part of the bond referendum so that they're established and in place. So the biggest things right now for us to really get started on this, obviously you heard the financial piece, so that we can start drawing down monies to make payments when we start the work, but is to hire the construction project manager. So that person will be responsible for overseeing all these projects over the next 36 months, also working alongside our finance department and business development team on tracking the expenditures of funds and working closely with our CART, which I'll talk about here in a second. So the interviews for that position, we put an RFP out, will be on August 20th. They'll come back, we'll make a decision, try to narrow it down and negotiate what that rate would be. And then hopefully we will have a contract recommendation to bring to the board for the August 26th meeting. Once that person is in place, we really wanted to feel comfortable we had a person in place to start helping us work through the construction management at risk, or the CM at risk services. So we have our interview for the CM at risk services on August 22nd, with the goal of bringing a contract recommendation to the board on September 9th. That CM at risk project is the ponds project. So that's the elementary school and the ponds. And then once those things are aligned, then it'll be time for us to enact our Citizens Advisory Review Team. I've got a letter drafted ready to go out to them. Once they organize themselves, they work independently. And so they'll work with the construction manager, they'll work with the contractors, they'll work with our maintenance teams as well, and bring you all reports, quarterly reports. Those will be public meetings that we'll advertise. I take that back. They'll advertise, and they'll choose the location and the times in which they feel is appropriate for them. More than likely it'll be in the evening, but they'll start forming and organizing on September 16th. So that's kind of where we are. You'll start to see things a lot more rapidly now. We will have a referendum update every board meeting. You'll start to see some activity on the link on our website, and we'll use all of our modes of communication to try to make sure we maintain our transparency, throughout this process.
I have two questions for you. The manager role, the construction project manager, I'm assuming in their contract, will we have some clauses dealing with, I guess you would say, accountability measures? You have to deliver XYZ by this date, those types of issues?
Are you talking the CM at risk or the construction manager?
No, the CM at risk, that's the whole point of having a CM at risk.
Yeah.
But as far as the actual project manager, how do we measure their performance to make sure?
So the way I've always, it's more of a report. They are the conduit. Well, another title I use for them is owner's representative. And so they are your eyes and ears on the ground, and they will provide you with probably however often we meet. They will provide you updates as well that will be independent from the CART's updates. So they will give you the specific reports on progress, and they'll tie that into the Gantt charts and the timelines and the budget. And they'll work, like I said, they'll work really closely with our finance team as well as with the construction management or risk groups that are in place. So that's how we gauge it. I mean, to look specifics at the contract for clauses for productivity, I can't really recite those to you, but I can definitely get you a copy of it.
Okay. And then that kind of leads into, so the CART, this review team, so that's not a board-created review team?
No.
So what do you know what their level of authority is? What are we asking them to do?
They're just an independent oversight group, and so the really biggest thing for them, if you look at the kind of the narrative we created when we went out for the referendum, they're going to look at and make sure that we're doing what we said we were going to do with the money, in essence. And so they will work with our construction managers and our contractors to make sure, one, we're on time. They're just another set of eyes. Two, the money that's being expended. So when we do drawdowns for our bond money, that we're spending the money on exactly what was in the ballot question.
Okay. And then do we know who that will be made up of, that team?
Yeah, you guys should all have received a copy of the members of that team.
We probably did. I just don't remember
Yeah.
seeing
I
that.
mean, I actually have a copy of it with me right now tonight.
Yeah, if I just take a look at it at some
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I think you just have to be very careful. And I will tell you, when we did our referendum years ago, I was part of the quote-unquote oversight advisory committee. And that can become its own beast, if you will. And so you have to have very, very definitive roles on what their roles and responsibilities are, their levels of authority, versus our level of authority as an elected body.
Right.
Because especially if they're going to the project manager and saying, hey, or they're going to Tina and they're saying, hey, you're drawing down money, you spend it on this tile, we don't want that. That's really not.
Yeah, and I think it's drawn out, to your point, I think it's drawn out and spelled out in kind of the narrative that defines them, and it will be important to lay that foundation when they have their first meeting. So there's only 6 of them, and they represent different sectors of our community, whether it's the business community, whether it's people that have been members of the chamber, and we tried to hit all 3 different specific parts of Dorchester County or Dorchester School District 2. So, yeah, but to your point, making sure that they know what their roles and responsibilities are.
And so just the final point there, because I don't think we've taken it this far yet, but we may want to look at actually defining that and having our board vote on those roles and responsibilities for that, I would almost say committee, just to make sure that everybody understands the lanes that they need to be in.
Yeah.
We still have a little time before they originally officially
That's
organized.
bring it
So
up tonight.
who from the district will they get information from?
They'll get information from the construction manager.
So this person that's
the person we hire. They'll get information from Mr. Souls, our director of facilities, and they'll get information from Miss Meunier. Yes, you, Miss Meunier, our CFO. So that's who they'll gather all their information from. So project timelines, current status of projects. So just so I know some of you have been through this before. When you go into a project, you have Gantt charts. And part of what the contractor has to do is they update you in construction meetings on where they are in this process. One of the nice things about a CM at risk project is there aren't change orders.
Right.
So, and there's a guaranteed maximum price. It makes that part of it a little bit easier, but that's where they'll get their information through those meeting minutes, those construction meetings. And again, we'll have several of these things going on simultaneously. It won't be just building the ponds. It will be, the 10 classroom additions and some of these other things that are taking place. So I can share with you all where we are. I mean, what I've shared with you already in terms of the outline, and then bring it back and you guys can have discussion on it.
And I'm sure you know this, but I'm just a little paranoid because in lieu of the last situation that we had, and I know Mr. Farnsworth was explaining a little bit about what he was talking about as well, but we need to definitely make sure that even in the construction manager's his job description, that everything is detailed there and that everything has to come through the superintendent for approval before he does anything. And because we had a not so good situation and we want to make sure that we don't put ourselves back in that situation again. So.
Yes, ma'am. And I've heard a little bit about that, and I have, fortunately for me, I have been in a lot of construction projects with construction managers. So I will be very integrated into this whole referendum process for those specific reasons, because I'm also your eyes and ears in working through those processes. So, and again, the contract itself, you will see how the provisions are laid out in there before you ever approve it. And again, we can have more conversation on this. We're not in a hurry. It's not a fire right now. We just trying to get prepared moving forward and just give you an update on where we are.
I have seen the list that you gave us of those persons that's a part of CART. This is my first rodeo with a building project. So when you said there's a narrative that outlines whatever it is that they're responsible for, I don't remember seeing that. So if I could get a copy of it, that would be great, so I can kind of gauge. Thank you.
I don't remember.
Anything else? Good? Turn it over to Mr. Doherty, our Deputy Superintendent, and our academic team. There are several folks that have worked on the whole compulsory attendance and seat time recovery provisions that we've been dealing with. They put together the plan last year, and then we were doing some follow-up this year to see what we were able to do moving forward. But also, I believe, yeah, Mr. Hamrick, you can't hide back there. He's going to share with you some of the successes that we've seen with what we did implement and what the board approved last year. So, Mr. Doherty, I'll turn it over to you.
Madam Chair, Dr. Wimberly, board members, Dr. Robbins, kind of wanted to follow up a little bit about seat time recovery and proficiency. One thing that we want to go over tonight is that state compulsory attendance law, seat time requirement, they all kind of go together and they're intermingled. So it makes it kind of very hard to decipher when you're talking about proficiency and what's that look like. So tonight you're going to hear from myself. Also, you're going to hear from Christy Sealander, Assistant Director for High Schools, Kelly Purvis, Assistant Director for Middle Schools, and then also you're going to be able to hear from Katie Barker, our academic chief, and then also we brought all our high school principals, and we have a couple designees that worked in for retrieving some of these credits. And just to let you know, this past year was probably one of the first years we really, since COVID, really started tracking seat time requirement. One thing that the state does, they go in and they pull our Power School data. And when they see students that have Fs and they don't see FA, which means failure for attendance, they're going, why don't they have an FA there? And so that rate made us really look at this plan last year, going into last year, and how we're going to really kind of enforce that. And so this year we did, and we're going to be able to kind of talk about what our plan is, what it is with proficiency, and I know you'll have some questions, and we'll be able to answer those questions at the end. And so want to kind of go what that compulsory attendance law is. That is a law on where students have to come to school. They have 3 unexcused absences in a row, or a total of 5 unexcused absences at any point in the school year. So what is unexcused? Unexcused is when a parent does not call in. They have 48 hours to call in. Otherwise, it becomes unexcused. Also, we have where parents will go take their kid to a dentist appointment and they do not turn in the note. Then that becomes unexcused. And so our staff, our administrators and secretaries are doing a much better job trying to get those notes back so they don't look like, you know, they're unexcused absences. So that's what that is. You can go ahead and flip the slide. And then regarding attendance rate. So when you look at that, all the absences affect the students' on-time graduation or their failure to graduate. We know that when they're at school, they're going to be educated. They're going to do better when they are in class in a seat with a teacher. And so when you look at this is where this gets a little tricky and where the seat time goes in with the attendance law. And so when you're looking at field trips, school-sponsored trips, those are excused, those are waived. When you look at college visits, juniors and seniors, they have up to 3 college visits per year, those are waived. And then you have extracurricular activities, school-sponsored athletic clubs, and art programs. So those are waived. So everybody can get up to 10 absences a year. Now, 5 of those, once you get past 5, and you're going to learn a little bit more about this, is then where they can appeal to the principal. And sometimes that could be medical. Those are approved most times. And then what happens if a student start missing past those days, and you're going to be able to hear from some of the people on the front lines today. So when you're looking at that attendance, the attendance now will go into seat time, and again, they're intertwined. And so that's why we're going to talk about the state compulsory attendance law. Now we're going to talk about a little bit about what you're talking about, absences and excuses. And so I'm going to turn that over to Christy Sealander. And again, she's our assistant director for high schools, and she deals a lot with the current units of credit. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Sealander.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to go ahead and start with what does our current board policy look like with regard to attendance and seat time? What is required from us? What you're seeing here on the board is from board policy JH, and it spells out pretty specifically, I mean, this is exactly in line with what the state is saying, that the student must be in attendance at least 120 hours to earn a Carnegie unit. So for us, that's all of our classes in high school, and then some of our classes in middle school where students in 7th or 8th grade are earning a high school credit. So in the case of a regular year-long class, like in middle school, that would be 10 days. In the case of most of our high school classes where students are meeting 90 days, either a full semester block or an AB schedule year-long, that would be 5 days. And then we do have some what we call typically a quarter class or a half period, or excuse me, a half unit of credit. That would be your government and your econ, those kinds of classes. The number for those is going to be 3 days. Okay, go ahead. And so this year last year when we looked at our seat time recovery, we really looked at all absences. That's what the state requires. So it could be excused, unexcused, medical. We take all absences into account when it comes to seat time. It's a little bit different from truancy where, as Mr. Doherty was just saying, it's where they're focused a little bit more on unexcused absences, whereas seat time, the state says all absences are created equal. During this time, if the student reaches the maximum, and I'm just going to kind of speak to the 5 days because that's what we see most of in our high school credit classes. Once they reach that threshold, after that, then they could owe seat time. This is, again, the state requirement to say that they want to be able to fulfill that 120 hours. So principals do have the availability and the authority to consider circumstances during an appeal process. So if there are students with outstanding, circumstances like, medical issues or things like that, they can take those things into account when they make those decisions. But really, ultimately, at the end of the course, if the students have not completed their seat time requirement, they are issued an FA or a failure due to attendance that will show up on a student's report card and transcript, and the student's grade will be averaged in as a 50. So the student, if they needed that credit, would just need to retake the course. Okay. In the case of the FAs being issued, if a student is able to clear up that the seat time requirement, then we do change that FA back to their numeric grade. But as Mr. Doherty mentioned, this was something that we really have not been doing since before COVID, and it really was raised as a red flag when we had an audit of some of our transcripts, and it was seen that we did not have any FAs. So this could be for a student who would have otherwise passed a class, or it could be for a student who would have otherwise failed a class, and the same would be issued across the board. So now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Maurice Cannon, who is our Director of Secondary Schools, to talk a little bit more about what the state looks for.
So, and maybe I heard incorrectly, they have 3 college visits per year or per semester?
Per year, I believe.
Okay, it says per semester on here?
Is it semester? Okay.
Oh, if it's okay. So technically, it all depends on whether or not it's a semester class or if it's the entire year, the 180 days. Okay, that cleared up. The other one was, so how much seat time are they allowed to make up? Have we come up with?
I don't know that we really have put a cap on it. Sometimes it becomes numerically very difficult for a student to complete seat time if they've missed just a huge number of days. And I'm not sure if you guys really know, if you're talking to teachers and folks in this school, that we're really concerned about our students and the absenteeism that's really rampant. Not just for us, it's a nationwide concern. So what we really do is to have our schools do interventions early with students to catch them as they start to kind of get into that danger zone. I know that Mr. Hamrick will speak a little bit more to this because he really is our boots on the ground person doing this in a high school every single day. But we really try to meet our students early, start to flag that attendance as the ones that are kind of getting into that danger zone, to intervene with them, to have attendance meetings to discuss why are you being absent, how can we get you into school consistently so that we can see an improvement in their attendance, so that hopefully between first semester and second semester there's an improvement, because ultimately we really want students in our classrooms.
Good evening. My name is Maurice Cannon, and as noted, I'm the new Director of Secondary Schools. I was asked to share information regarding the possibility of utilizing a proficiency plan to work towards seat time recovery. And the team, we had deep discussion regarding the role of a proficiency-based plan. And our district, we do have a proficiency-based plan currently in place in our district. Our plan, as it currently stands, supports and focuses on credit recovery as well as initial credit. And mostly those are opportunities for students who are falling behind to get back on grade level, to get back on track so they can graduate on time with their peers and their class cohort, as well as to recover classes that they may have failed, may not have been successful in their first time through. Also, considering a proficiency plan, according to Laura McNair from the State Department of Education, she serves as the Academic Accountability Specialist. She gave guidance to our team that the current proficiency-based plan that we have in place in our district does not address seat time recovery. So as it currently stands, for our students to be forgiven or waive their seat time, we do have certain practices that we're discussing, such as using the ILT time inside the high schools, Saturday academies to accommodate for seat time recovery. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. But do you have any questions specific to proficiency-based plans? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brent Hamrick. I'm an assistant principal at Fort Dorchester High School. I really want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. This is something I'm really passionate about. I know my counterparts at Ashley Ridge, Lauren Townsend, and AJ Glover at Somerville High School would feel the same way. Last year when we really started talking about what the FA means for our school and for our students and teachers, we really wanted teachers in our community to understand that when you're a part of a classroom, it's not just about the academics, it's about the exposure. There's a lot of stuff that happens in a classroom beyond the numerical grade that ends up on a report card or a transcript. The communication that you have with an expert and their content knowledge for your teacher, or those interactions that you have with the peers, those can't be replaced by making up time somewhere else. So we really try to set that tone in terms of protecting and valuing teacher time in the classroom and helping students become better educated. So that was a little bit of a hard pill to swallow at first, and we said this is not going to be something that's solved in 2 weeks, 2 months. It may take 2 years. But if we hold the line and we hold our kids and community accountable for what the expectation is for the state, we're going to see dividends pay off in the long run. So when we looked at our end-of-year data, you can see that first bullet point up here. I will say that those are switched. We did see an improvement of 40% in attendance. I mean, that's probably the most impactful intervention I've seen at our school since I've been there. If you can improve your attendance by 40%, that's huge. What I'm also really excited about is if you look at our cutting class referrals, in the year 22-23 school year, that was our third highest offense in terms of all discipline referrals, and that went down by 60%. And even though it went down 60%, that was our second greatest number of discipline referrals last year. So not only did we reduce it by 60%, but that means all of our discipline issues went down considerably too, if it made it up the rank to number 2. So when we talk about what our teachers have seen, they've noticed an increase in attendance just on a general level beforehand, the engagement that students are having in class. We look at where we ended up on our EOCs and our academic scores throughout the school year. We saw gains in almost every single area because kids were coming to school and they were going to class because they don't want to miss, because they don't want to make up that time. And I think the state does a good job by calling it seat time recovery and not credit recovery or content recovery. It is a deterrent to help kids make sure that they want to come to class so they can get that content knowledge. So if we go back, if we look at all those things that have kind of paired to our success, I think where we're going as a district is making sure that teachers' instructional time is protected. And I think when we talked about the cell phone policy coming up for our school, our staff was sort of emboldened by what we were able to accomplish last year by having a policy and holding to it. And they can see long-term results when we do the right things and we are communicating with our students about what the expectations are and holding them accountable to those expectations. Thank you.
Good evening. I am just going to wrap us up, and a lot of these things have been discussed in some detail by the rest of the team, but a few things. Mr. Hamrick shared kind of the school reflections and feedback from their teachers, and these are just some other things that we have considered and discussed with principals and teachers from the district level. So, and Ms. Sealander kind of said this, is that we are seeing even excused absences, whereas before maybe excuses weren't getting turned in and things like that. We're just seeing that those excused absences are being cleared up in a more timely manner than they would have before, which just, we're not here to talk about sysops, but really just that takes a load off of them, and they're a valuable part of our team. So just all the way across the board, that helps our system run smoother. Also, we did consider looking at an electronic component, and not to say it is impossible, but the way that it is right now for a student to use courseware, for example, would be hard to separate that time from what they're doing in the classroom. So to use that alone as a seat time recovery option would become very cumbersome for the teacher to monitor that, and we certainly don't want to add more work onto our teachers' plates. And then last, and I think Mr. Hamrick kind of, made this point over and over again, is that we're seeing that seat time recovery, and knowing that that is going to be there really is incentivizing student achievement from the beginning. And as they realize that it's time that they're going to have to make up, that they are coming to school more often, missing less school, if they have to miss school, being more intentional with those absences. So that is the end of our presentation, and we as a team are happy to answer any questions you may have.
I don't necessarily have any questions. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Hamrick, because I know, being a Fort Dorchester mom, you are a rock star at seat time, so I appreciate you immensely. And I definitely know, there has been dialogue, and I don't ever want to discount. I wholeheartedly believe there is a great benefit to it, and I do believe it incentivizes kids to show up. I still do feel there is room for tweaking in some areas, and I know that there are limitations with the State Department. But again, I really appreciate, I know you guys have looked into this and all the different aspects of it, and I don't ever want some of the questions or things that I try to raise to get lost in the weeds of, at the bottom line is I understand that it is effective for students showing up, and so I don't ever want to take that away, or you guys to think that I don't see the value in it. So just thank you again, and thank you for being such a rock star at Fort. I really appreciate you.
And what I like to say is, on behalf of the teachers, thank you for recognizing how much of an impact that would have on the time that they need to do other things. And so I'm sure the teachers say thank you, and continue to do that, and we'll continue to recruit and retain. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, sorry. Okay, can we just clarify, whoever from the team, so what does the seat time recovery look like currently? What, when we have these students in for seat time recovery, what will be happening? Does that make sense, what I'm asking? Okay,
Can you also add on to your response how you're going to incorporate the ILT moving forward?
Yes. So I can speak on behalf of what we've done at Fort Dorchester. So last year, we were able to offer about 13 hours of credit recovery option every week. So, if a kid missed 3 days that week, they could come in and make up all of that in the next week. So we would have time where they could come in an hour before school. We ran 3 hours concurrently with evening school, and we did 3 hours concurrently with Saturday school. Moving forward this year, we will not have the Saturday school option, but we will likely run the ILT option to make up for that time, where 2 ILT periods can be equivalent to 1 hour. So essentially we'll be going down from 13 to 12, but essentially giving kids that opportunity that they can make up 3 full days of a 4-period absence day every week.
And when they're in there for that seat time recovery, will they be working on the things that they missed from the classes that they were absent from? Does that?
Ideally, yes. They're always encouraged to be working on their schoolwork, but let's say that you may miss days in October, but you don't get around to making up your seat time in December. our staff that monitors, make sure that they're on task on something. If they are off task, they are invited to leave because it is an opportunity for them to come in and do their schoolwork. So we always try to make sure they're working on something productive.
Okay. Thank you.
I was at one of the middle schools and on a Saturday, and they were having seat time recovery. So is that only for those middle schoolers that have high school credits, or
Yes,
are
ma'am.
we doing anything for those that are in the middle school that they miss a lot of classes? And is there anything available for them to make up some of that work?
Yes, ma'am.
So that they too won't be failing?
So, hello, I'm Kelly Purvis, Assistant Director for Middle Schools, so I can definitely speak about our middle schools. One of the initial focus starting back year one, when high school had to really take a huge bite of it, middle schools, some of our middle schools have every single 8th grader in a high school credit course, like Rawlings Middle School, the Arts. Every student's in a level 1 fine and performing arts class. Those classes requiring seat time could look a little different, especially when you're coming to performance-based courses. We do offer academic overtime for students that need to make up any work in middle. We did offer those on some Saturdays, and Ms. Powell, I know you've been there on Saturdays to see that. We're trying to move to some before school or after school only, just due to paying teachers to be there and having staff mandated with quality instructors. Students' first priority is to make up any missing or assigned work that they need. And beyond that, sometimes creates enrichment opportunities for some students, depending on the course they're in. Sometimes that looks different. You could be working in a group on a STEM project if it's something that's a math science-based. Sometimes you're working in a small group, and sometimes you're in a setting where the teacher is working with them. So yes, we are trying to combat that in all of our classes, but the main focus for awarding the Carnegie credit, which is what we alluded to earlier, is that you have the seat time law requirement, but then you have the requirement and the law for awarding Carnegie credit. And just like a great middle child, we're stuck in the middle for all of those things. And so, again, our priority is getting the work made up and making sure kids have their missing work. Now, sometimes that missing work is what Mr. Hamrick alluded to. We can't recreate all of those things that happen in that missing work. So if it was a discussion or a Socratic seminar, those are really hard things. So on paper, it looks like you've made up things, but we're trying to increase that activity and engagement. Sometimes it looks like a student reading a book, but it could be for a specific purpose. So yes, so our number one priority is the Carnegie unit courses. And secondly, we do offer that time for students to make up any missing work for what we call academic overtime or after-school tutoring. Now, I will say this, at the high school level, the team, the administrative team that works with this specifically, I do want to give a plug for them since I get to work a little bit with them. They are researching some programs that could allow us to monitor our tutoring time better. And so if we are able to capture that, that will help us monitor students signing up for a specific purpose and where they go in the building, and to capture those minutes so it's not so cumbersome and falling on our admin team, especially at high school when you're talking about quarter classes and semester classes and some year-long AB classes. So it makes it a little difficult. We sort of at middle school have a little bit of an advantage to that because we are pretty much on a traditional schedule. So we do have an advantage. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Madam Chair, the next item I have tonight is our safety report, and I'm going to ask Mr. Jayat, our Director of Safety, to cover that report for y'all tonight.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Robbins, Madam Chair, and the board. Just want to kind of give you guys an update of some successes that we had last year and some things that we implemented, and how we are going to expand some of these programs and build on them for the upcoming school year. One of the very first things I want to talk about is something we did early in the year last year, which was the purchase of the open gate weapons detection units. Each school got 2 units. We ended up adding 1 more, and because of the success that we feel like we've had with those through the referendum, we're planning to add those to the middle schools this year as well. So I want to talk just a little bit about what that looked like last year and where we're headed with it this year. We did, just kind of for reference, tracking the data a little bit. Back in 21-22, we had 3 firearms incidents where weapons were found in the school building themselves. 1 was in the fall and 2 of them were in the spring. The spring generally, when you look at the trends nationwide, the spring generally tends to be the time of year where you start to find things like that. That's when a majority of school shootings occur. So it's really kind of interesting to dig into that. If you ever have time to do some reading, there's some good reading out there for that. But the next year in 23-24, we had a little bit of a spike. We ended up having, I think we ended up with 8 total incidents that occurred, or excuse me, that was 22-23. And then involving 9 students. Again, there were a couple in the fall. The rest of those were in the spring. This past year, we had 2. They were both at the beginning of the year, and they were both before we implemented the weapons detection units and Chester. The way we started with the weapons detection was we started using them at our athletic events, trying to figure out, what that process was going to look like. Because if people get slow getting into the games, that's okay. We don't want them to be slow getting into the schools. We did try to do at all 3 high schools on the same day, get everybody in and scan every single person that came in. As you can imagine, it's not like the airport where people arrive slowly for their flights over time and you have 6 or 7 different stations with 20 TSA agents. It just doesn't work that way in the school buildings. Furthermore, what we found was that we could not cover every door or entry in our schools. We found that if somebody wanted to defeat that, all they have to do is go around to another door and text one of their buddies, and their buddy will come open up the door for them. So we found that really wasn't an efficient and effective way to use these very expensive and very good units that we had purchased. So we started, to the public or to the students, it looks as if it is random. They may show up in the hallways. When students are in class, we might set them up on a hallway and pull those classes out and walk them through, 1 class at a time, have them leave their book bags and walk Chester through while the students are walking through the weapons detection systems. And really the beauty of it is we can walk them through with their backpacks as well, and they don't have to empty anything out. We might wait until class is in session and anybody that's in the hallways running errands, going to the bathroom, trying to sneak over to the vending machine, we might scan them when they're walking through. We may set it up for all of the people that are arriving via car rider line. We may set it up to get everybody coming in off the buses. We might wait till partway through the day and catch everybody coming back from Voc. So they never know when we are going to have them, which makes it very, very difficult for them to get around it and defeat what we're doing. So to them, it looks random. To us, it's very targeted. We're having discussions. Okay, we did it this way this day. We want to try it this way the next day, so forth and so on. We did not keep any logs this year because we were kind of hit and miss, trial and error, trying to figure out how it was going to work. This coming school year, we're really going to try to track the data. The requirement has been previously that they're going to set these up at least 3 times throughout the week. All 3 of our schools actually end up doing more than that, but we want them used at least 3 times during the week on different days. We really want to track that data to make sure that that is what's occurring. We also want to track what time of day we're using them, which hallways are being scanned, or how often are we doing it for bus riders, how often are we doing it for car riders, so that we can really start to collect that information. After we purchased the units and after we got Chester, we did not have a single gun found inside the buildings. And I know a lot of people say, well, then how do you know they're working? I would say that that's exactly how we know they're working. We don't want to find any guns inside of our building. We want them to be a deterrent enough that they seem as though they're useless. We kind of talk about that with fire drills. We do fire drills all the time, and the last kid that died in a school fire was in 1959. So why are we still doing fire drills? Well, so we're ready when they come. The same thing with these weapons detection units. We want to make sure that they are a deterrent. We did find one firearm after school, and that was actually an adult that was trying to bring it into one of our after-school events. It wasn't even one of our students. So we feel pretty good about the weapons detection systems as a deterrent, and we feel pretty good about Chester. Chester spends all day, 180 days a year at a minimum in our schools. He rotates from school to school. Generally speaking, he spends much more time in our middle and high schools, because those are where you have the biggest threats of students bringing in things like that. But he does make visits to our elementary schools as well. I've been very impressed with Officer Gamba and the way that he utilizes Chester. I walked to school with him a few times just to kind of see what they do throughout the day, because I wanted to know, how is Chester being used and is he capable of finding things? And what I found out was Chester's always training. So Officer Gamba has these little pieces of cloth that have gun residue on them. And when kids are in the building or kids are in school, he will go around, he'll lock Chester in his car, and he'll go around and hide these little pieces of cloth throughout the school. And then as Chester is walking through the school, the hope is that through his training, Chester will end up finding him. And I was very impressed that as we walked through the school, Chester would alert to, back when we had a few lockers still in the buildings last year, or a closet, like a custodial closet. Chester would, alert to it, and, we'd open up the door, and sure enough, there would be sitting right on top of the doorknob, or, sitting in a locker and those types of things. He'd also stick them in backpacks and stick them in different places throughout the building. So Chester's always working. He's always out training. So I feel pretty good about Chester and his efficacy as well, and being able to pick those things up. And I will say it's kind of funny. There are a couple of us within the district that are armed in security, and I have seen Chester alert to both myself and another individual that kind of got his attention. So it made me very happy to find out that he did smell it, and he had no idea. I don't even know if Officer Gamba knew that I had my firearm on me that day. So it shows that Chester is doing his job. He's working. And again, I hope Chester never finds a gun. I hope that these weapon detection units never pick up a gun. That is the ultimate goal of having them, is to have the deterrent. So there's also a picture up there, kind of a side effect that I really didn't think about. If you look on that blue table, those are all of the vapes that we found through using our weapons detection units. Over 300 vape devices we were able to recover using our metal detection units. We can set the sensitivity down. So there are different levels of sensitivity that you can use and set it. So we can set it all the way down to where it detects vapes and those types of things. So when we're doing like at a football game, we may not want to do that because that's really going to slow things down. It's going to pick up on lighters and vapes and those types of things. And really what we're looking for going into an athletic event is weapons. But in a school setting, when we're pulling one class out at a time, we're going to set it to the vape detection setting so that we can pick up on some of that. So some of these are things we pulled off of kids or pulled out of their book bags. Some of them are things we found stashed in the bushes right outside of the school when they found out that we were running them that morning. Some of them are things we found in the bathrooms when they went to the bathroom and they came out and they said, oh, there they are in the hallway set up. And you see them run back in. Then you find it in the trash can. So you can see that's working. I think that's, when we're talking about, obviously we want to stop guns and other weapons from getting in our schools, but obviously vapes have become a very, very serious issue and a very popular topic for us to talk about. That was kind of a tertiary result that we came up with and found throughout the years. Like, oh, great, we're finding things like that too. So I'm pretty excited about where we started. I'm pretty excited about where we're headed with these. I can't wait to get these units in and get them into the middle schools. It does take some time, as guys know, with the referendum process, getting through all of that and figuring out how we're going to spend the money, and then the procurement. It does take some time, and then once they're ordered, it's generally 8 to 12 weeks for those to get in. But I am excited that they are going to be here, and we get to implement those in our middle schools as well. Any questions about any of that stuff?
Good.
Yeah, just a few things. And so, on one hand, it really is, it's a shame, to be honest, that we have to put these types of measures in place, but on the other hand, of course, it's just the world we live in. And so Dr. Robbins and I have had, lengthy conversations that the fact we don't want our schools to feel like prisons, but at the same time, we have to find a balance to keep our kids safe. So and I think the benefit is, we're seeing results. It's not just security theater. We are genuinely seeing a decrease in incidents. So that's good news. There were a couple of questions I had. I know, so with the open carry that passed this past session, but I think there was a proviso that came out. What's the latest on open carry? Because I think there was kind of a loophole for 18-year-olds.
There is, as far as I know, there is still currently a loophole that they are working to. Did they close it, Christy? Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, so I think we heard about it this weekend. I forget the number. 165 comes to mind. But it sounds like there was a proviso that was.
Yeah, I actually have a meeting with our SRO leadership coming up next week. It was supposed to be, this past week, but with everything going on, we didn't get to it. But it's to discuss that very thing. Yeah, the initial loophole was that anybody that was 18 years old or older could carry a concealed weapon, even without a permit. And that even reached to, if they are in their vehicle, they can have it open or concealed in their vehicle. And that even was on school grounds. So if they were in their vehicle with their firearm, it could be open, and they could be handling it inside their car on school grounds. And then if they were to get out of their car, they have to lock it up in the glove box or the console. So fortunately, it sounds like that was passed. I know that's part of our meeting that we're going to have with our SRO leadership and our SROs coming up early next week once we get kids into school. I wish we would have had it last week, so I'd have been on top of that. But yeah, so we definitely, I'm glad they did get that taken care of. Close that loophole up.
Talk about an unintended consequence that they didn't quite think through. So it sounds like we moved back. The only other thing, and I actually heard this at our conference, I think over the weekend, it sounds like there's some new statute coming down as far as mapping. So mapping of our schools, digital mapping that will then be, I guess, maintained at the state level.
It is, yes. And we're actually very fortunate. So Somerville Police Department started several years ago. I want to say this is my 6th year here. It's probably my 3rd year in the county or back here in the district. They actually started, they got one of those systems where they could start the digital mapping. So the Somerville Police Department had already started that process for us to do that. So we're going to just continue working on our schools and get that done so that it can be maintained at the state level. And that's, of course, for first responders, emergency response, all those types of things, so they can pull it up and immediately be able to see where they're going. Another thing in conjunction with that we're working on is now that the camera system is complete, the installation, we've given access to our consolidated dispatch so that if something ever happens, they can pull up one of our schools and look to see at least a general description. They're not going to know every single one of our buildings, but they'll be able to say, hey, there's somebody in the main hallway, this is what they're wearing. They may not be able to give a perfect description. They're by room 128, but they'll at least be able to give the police a description from Consolidated Dispatch about what to look for. So we've had a very, very good partnership with our law enforcement, and that was actually them jumping on top of that to try to get those things done.
We all check, just to be sure, we all check on the mapping, and I'm looking at Tina because it sounds like the statute, there's some new requirements. There's a requirement, and then there's a cost. So there's a cost to the district to do it. I don't know if that's what we're already doing or.
Yeah, we'll follow up with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, I'm trying to remember my questions. I know you mentioned that they're able to walk through the metal detectors with backpacks. So can you explain that for people at home? Because I know they're a little bit different than metal detectors. They're weapons detecting. So maybe elaborate on that a little bit so people can understand how that's able to happen and you're able to detect them.
Yeah, so when you think of a traditional metal detector, it's that square box thing that kind of goes up and goes over your head. And it's just a magnetometer, and it's trying to pick up any metal. The open gate system, and when you think about open gate, what I want everybody to understand about open gate is it's in every airport in the country, every professional venue in our 5 major sports, NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and professional soccer. They all use open gate. When you go to Disney World, they use open gate. That's what they use. It's not just a metal detector. It runs a complete scan, and it is looking for metals or other materials that are consistent with certain weapons, and it has different settings. So we can take it all the way down to where it's a traditional metal detector, and it's going to pick up your keys, and it's going to pick up, your cell phone. Or we can bump it up a notch, so where it's not going to pick up your keys, but it'll pick up a solid piece of metal like a vape, or something like that. Or we can go all the way up to where it only picks up large firearms. So we can kind of adjust it everywhere in the middle. So what we're looking for when kids are coming into school, if we were going to scan everybody coming into school, we would use a setting that's going to pick up probably vapes, knives, guns, those types of things. If they have a lighter or something, that it may not pick up on that. They may be able to get through with that. But it's a system in which you don't have to empty your pockets, you don't have to empty your bag. You can just walk right through the system. So if you've been at any of our games or extracurricular activities, you've probably seen that in use. So it just kind of clears that up. I am not an expert on the technology that they use to do that. I just know that before we purchased them, we went through it and walked through with all different types of things to see what it would and wouldn't pick up. And every single time it worked exactly as advertised. And it does have some fail safes on it. So like if you come through with an umbrella, the way that an umbrella is shaped when it's folded up has very similar characteristics to a pipe bomb. So it will pick up that because of just the way that metal is configured within that umbrella. So there are some fail safes to make sure that it does pick up on everything that it's supposed to. And we'd rather pick up on a few things that it's not supposed to rather than the other way around. One of the other things that it does is if you have like your sunglasses case or you have a laptop, the binding where that folds over, the machine reads it like a folded over knife. So it will alert to those types of things. So if you ever get stopped coming in a board meeting, it's probably your sunglasses case, your umbrella, or your laptop coming in. But it's better to err on the side of caution and make sure we get everything than not. So, but it is pretty quick. If you don't have a sunglasses case or an umbrella with you, generally you can just walk right through and you don't even have to slow down coming through them.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's why a lot of times you had the kids take out like binders or something. I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we found is the metal like pencil tins.
Yeah.
So they put their like colored pencils in a pencil tin. It'll pick up the edge of that as if it's a folded over knife. Anything basically that has that kind of metal binding on it on the edge, it'll pick it up. So, but no, we don't have any issues. We're actually happy that it's getting those because we know it's registering things that appear to be what it thinks it is.
All right, and then you mentioned that we set up the weapons detection about 3 times during the week. How often does Chester go to the schools approximately?
Chester probably gets to our middle and high schools at least twice a week to each one. He does spend some time in the elementary schools as well, but he gets to each middle and high school at least twice. The other thing that I really like about Chester is he's very responsive. Officer Gambit, anytime we have the report of something, we get reports, and luckily they all turned out to be false this year. But a kid will call on the bus, call his mom from the bus and say, hey, so-and-so's got a gun on the bus. Well, we can immediately get Chester there, and Chester is sniffing everybody that comes off that bus. The other thing that we can do is get those metal detectors out, those weapons detections out there very quickly, so that everybody that comes off the bus, we cover that bus and get those kids off, walk them through that. Chester's there. We get him to our middle schools a lot because they didn't have the weapons detection units, so we could bring him in, and he's catching the wake on everybody that walks by. So he's there at least 2. He tries to do more, but he tries to hit every single school throughout our district at least once, and then the middle and high schools at least twice each week. And he spends a lot of time there. Like, he really spends a lot of time. I know a lot of people see him as a therapy dog, which he's technically not, but he's so daggum friendly that everybody loves him. So, if he's working, you can't really mess with him, but like everybody else, he has to have a break from time to time. And when he's on his breaks, he's about as friendly a dog as I've ever been around.
He deserves love too, right? No, and then the other thing is, I just kind of touch on what Mr. Farnsworth said, is I really do like the randomized approach. I think it is more effective. And to your point, I think that kind of gets rid of that prison-like feeling, because it's not like an airport, it's not like a prison where you're walking through, it's randomized, so it kind of gives you the illusion of it still being normalcy with still the added benefits. So
yeah, when we set them up during the class periods, when kids are in class and we're just walking kids through there that are out in the hall, doing, running errands or doing whatever they're doing, they don't even notice them. Like you set them up, they're 3 feet apart. You just, hey, walk through that, and they walk through and never even have to break stride. So most of them, they don't even really pay them much attention. We're just like, hey, walk through there, and they walk through and go on about their business. After we check their pass and make sure they're where they're supposed to be. But yeah, they walk through. So it's very non-intrusive. It doesn't give that, you don't have to empty your pockets and that kind of thing. So it's been a pretty good system.
Usually try to do at least twice a week, but you can vary that because our kids are smart. And they'll say, well, they've been here twice already, so we're good on this particular day. So we want to make sure we continue to vary it.
Yeah, so we want to use it at least 3 days a week. Somerville High School will use it just about every period, on a lot of days. They're fortunate because of the size of their school. They've got four security personnel there, and then they also have some administrators that are very security conscious and have some experience with security. So they are they're very eager to use them. So 3 days a week is the minimum, and that's not just setting them up one time and running some kids through there. We want them used throughout that whole day. But yeah, sometimes they'll do it all all 5 days. It's really kind of up to them. So we're going to track that.
I'm saying that more for the public because I know you know what to do, but sometimes they think, oh, well, we've been there twice already, so we don't have to worry about them. But
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It can definitely be more than three times a day, and it's definitely, or 3 times a week, and it's definitely going to be more than just, one time during those days. Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, the next item I have are personnel recommendations, and we have 2 for the board's consideration tonight.
Okay, so board members, there are 2 employee recommendations that were included in your packet. Is everyone okay with doing those in open session, or would you like to consider that in?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the personnel recommendations as presented.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion from Mr. Farnsworth to accept the employee recommendations, a second by Ms. Bates. Is there any discussion or questions? Okay, hearing none, we will call for the vote. Okay, and the motion carries 7 in favor, 0 opposed. And it looks like there are no student enrollment recommendations, correct?
That's correct. So last meeting, we went ahead with the board's permission and approved the recommendations because we thought we would be back in school. So we don't have any for the board's consideration tonight. So that concludes my report tonight, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Robbins. And the next item on our agenda are public comments, and we have none this evening. So at this time, we will convene into executive session for evaluation of the superintendent. So I will ask for a motion to approve that.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Guthrie, seconded by Ms. Crosby. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Guthrie made the motion, I'm sorry, and Ms. Crosby seconded the motion. I apologize. Okay, and the motion carries 7 in favor, 0 opposed. We are in executive session for evaluation of the superintendent, and we will return.
So moved.
Sorry. At this time, I would ask for a motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Guthrie, seconded by Ms. Powell. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Please cast your vote. Okay, motion carries, 7 in favor, 0 opposed. We are in open session. All right. Do we have any action or any motions coming out of our executive session?
Madam Chair, I move that we conclude as a board that Dr. Robbins receive a proficient evaluation for the 2023-24 school year. I also move that as a result of Dr. Robbins' overall proficient evaluation, the Dr. Robbins employment contract with the district be extended by 1 year through June 30th, 2027.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hughes. Do I have a second? Okay, seconded by Ms. Bates. Any discussion? Okay.
I'll just say thank you, Dr. Robbins, for all your hard work this past year, and we appreciate you and look forward to you accomplishing some of the things we discussed. And yeah, that's it.
Dr. Robbins, I would just say we love you, we appreciate you, thank you. And I will say, I think it was a good conversation. I really do. I hope you know, for me personally, I appreciate the openness to the feedback. And I have zero doubt that discussion will be carried forward, and the heights that Dorchester District 2 will reach over the coming years are going to be unbelievable. So I hope folks are buckled up, because it's about to get amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment as well. I concur with Ms. Bates and Mr. Farnsworth in saying that we appreciate everything that you've done and everything that you're doing. We appreciate your vision. We appreciate the relationships that you're building and continuing to build. And we're looking forward to that Energizer Bunny staying energized and focused on the areas that we discussed and moving us up to the next level. So thank you for everything.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And let's get you exemplary next year.
Okay, at this time, we will call for the vote. Okay, and the motion carries, 7 in favor. And now I would ask for a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Ms. Bates, seconded by Ms. Powell. Any discussion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Okay, and the motion carries, 7 in favor. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.